Testing. 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 Okay, and that's wide angle. 12?
Okay, are we good to go down the back? Okay, welcome everyone. It's 10 o'clock, so we'll kick into it, and welcome to the Environmental Services Committee meeting today, and a special welcome to our community board members, Mike Thomas from Pleasant Point and Janine Adams from Geraldine and Charles Scalesbrook from Temuka. Welcome. I'll just call for apologies. I have one from Mia Bowen, who is at another engagement in Christchurch. Are there any other apologies? No? Would someone like to move that we accept those apologies? Thank you. Councillor Jackson, seconded Councillor Booth. I'll put the motion to the floor. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. So we have no public forum that I'm aware of. Haven't been made aware of any items of urgent business. Unless anyone has any items of minor nature, haven't been made aware of any. No. So declarations of conflicts of interest, I'm guessing not, considering this is going to be the fastest meeting in the world with not much on the agenda. Makes a nice change. Okay, so we'll just move on to the Chair's report, which I have somewhere here. Okay, so alongside the General Council meetings that all councillors attend and the numerous long-term plan engagements, I've attended the following. So I had a meeting with the Mayor and some Temuka residents regarding some planning matters. I attended the Pleasant Point and the Cave Anzac Day services. I had a meeting with the Mayor and officers and the CE to discuss some engagement and the next steps with the Rangitata huts and campground users. Went to an Ariki Foundation Partners event where we learnt more about the foundation and what they do in the community. Last week I attended online the Canterbury Mayoral Forum Climate Change Action Reference Group, and so in this we received the draft Climate Change Action Plan, which this committee has previously endorsed the work that's going on there, not the plan yet but the work. And so that's progressed a lot since I last attended a meeting, so it's in a document that's ready for adoption by the CEs and the Mayor at their forums in the next few months. And apparently all councils have indicated general support for this work, so that's good. At that meeting we had a bit of a discussion about the continuation of the governance group to ensure we've got some accountability and that the plan isn't just gathering dust in somebody's top drawer and it actually gets action, so we're looking into that. And I think there's a couple of things that have come out of that plan already. One is we've recently received some benchmarking report on emissions as the whole of Canterbury, but it's separated it into different communities, so we've got that data now. And one of the things that's first off the list, I think, is Hiranui. I think it is leading some work on planning for coastal communities, which I think will be of great interest to this council. So that is good. Last week I also joined in LGNZ Akona session online about climate adaptation for councils, which I can't say I got a lot of value out of, but it was good to join and listen, and probably the value I got is we're on the right track. I also attended the Aorangi Stadium Key User Group meeting yesterday, the City Town Master Plan Stakeholder Workshop, and actually had a really good visit out to the Arowhenua Nursery yesterday with the OTOP group, and it was great to see what is happening out there and how that nursery has established itself and the work they're doing in the community. So that is my report. Are there any questions on any of that? If not, I'll move my report if someone would like to second it. Thank you, Councillor Scott. Put the motion to the floor. All in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So if we move on to 7.1, which is confirmation of minutes. Just bear with me while I open that up. The recommendation is that the minutes of the Environmental Services Committee meeting held on the 16th of April be confirmed as a true and correct record. Does anyone have any questions or omissions? No. Councillor Shannon, you're happy to move? Someone happy to second? Councillor Scott, thank you. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Right, the only report we have today is the actions update. So the first item on there is has been closed already, so we can actually remove that off there. That was the workshop on the vehicle fleet, which has been transferred to the Infrastructure Committee and is coming back to us in July. The other action is a workshop for Water Zone Committee outcomes, which is part of the ECAM review, which I've been talking to Mr Cooper about and is currently sitting with me. So I will try and get onto that in the next few weeks and get some action there. We've got some ideas of what that workshop will contain and how we'll run that, so we just need to get on and do it. Any other questions about either of those actions? No, if not, I'll go to the recommendation that the Environmental Services Committee receives and notes the updates to the actions register. Councillor Oliver's moved that. Someone like to second? Whittington, you haven't had a go? Yep, thank you. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much. Right, what have we got next? No urgent business, no minor nature, no public forum, so we'll move to excluding the public. We just have some minutes to approve and public excluded. So, sorry, just bear with me. So if somebody would like to move the recommendation that we exclude the public on grounds to protect commercial sensitivity information, somebody would like to move that. Thank you, Councillor Shannon. Thank you, Councillor Parker. Seconded. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Done. Thank you. Meeting closed. Just like everyone to note, the fastest meeting on record for the Environmental Services Committee.
Right, tēnā koutou, good morning and welcome to Infrastructure Committee. Would like to welcome the Community Board members, Charles Scalesbrook, Michael Thomas and Janine Adams. Welcome, thank you for attending. Apologies, we have an apology from Mayor Bowen, which I'll move and accept as a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Scott. Public forum. No. Matters of urgent business, I've been made of none. Matters of a minor nature, I've got 3 matters of a minor nature I'd like to add to the agenda, please. One is the Farmers Car Park update. The second one is bus shelters. And the third one is a parks update. I have to move them. Oh, yes, Councillor Puddington.
Sorry, could we also, get an update, the Piazza lift being closed for 9 months?
Sure.
Where we're at, thank you.
So I will move those minor nature. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Jackson. All those in favour? Aye, carried. Right, very good. Any conflicts of interest to be noted? No. Chairperson's report. Over the last month or so, I've attended council meetings, engaged, been in long-term plan engagement functions, citizenship, council workshops, tenders and procurements, and I've met with Group Manager Andrew Dixon. I'm happy to remove my report if I have a seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Pye. All those in favour? Aye, carried. Thank you. We've got the confirmations of our minutes on April, which I was absent from and was chaired by Councillor Gavin Oliver. Thank you. Can I have a mover that these minutes are correct? Thank you, Councillor Oliver. Seconder, Councillor Pye. All those in favour? Aye, carried. We move on to our reports, which is 8.1 on page 14. So our first action update is the update on the Peel Forest landfill. So any comments, questions? Everyone satisfied? Thank you. We'll move on to the vehicle fleet, which is a report that's been prepared for the 13th of August. Any questions, comments? Everyone's satisfied? Moving on to the overweight permits policy. This report has been prepared for the 27th of August. All happy with that? And our last one is the Caroline Bay Master Plan, which looks like it's completed. Master Plan and updates on the 10th to 17th of June. And so we have now got those invites which Councillor Pye attended yesterday. There's a further one tomorrow. That is completed. So the recommendation, I believe, will be accept. Receives and notes updates to the action register. Can I have a mover, please? Thank you, Councillor Burt. And a seconder? Councillor Jackson. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to our second report, 8.2, which I would like to welcome Ashley Harper. I'll take the report as read. And Ashley, would you like to speak to the report?
It would give me great pleasure to do so. This is a project that I was asked to initiate a few months ago. We've done some internal workshops and we've reviewed our significance and engagement policy and come to the conclusion that doing this with a stakeholder group would be very beneficial. And so detailed the background to the infrastructure in Geraldine, and it's getting towards the end of its life in terms of the trunk main and the reservoir. And this is a great opportunity to do best practice, get a liaison group together, and over the next 6 months come up with the forward resilience strategy and key components and timeframes. And then we have budgets, and then we can implement that and get the various work underway in terms of that timeframe that is to be developed. And so the options are to do it in this method, to not develop a strategy, which would not be the right thing to do, or to do it without involving stakeholders, which I think would potentially give a poorer result. And so there will be consultation. I've suggested the terms of reference in the recommendations, the design timeframe, and a stakeholder liaison group, and the suggested makeup of the group, which can be adjusted if if there's anyone not there or you want it changed, that can be done. And happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Harper. Any questions? Councillor Oliver?
Haven't really got a question, but I think this is a great way forward for this project, having that stakeholder group and bringing them all together at once. I think this will speed things up a little bit and there'll be clarity throughout. So I think that's a really great move, and I'm pretty happy with the group that you've called upon. Not too sure who the representative of the landowners will be yet, but if you've got some ideas and where it could be happening, that would be great going forward.
Because the group probably are not so aware of who the other landowners are. There's 4 that have an easement on their property. I've actually written to them, and I've got them to meet with us this afternoon in Geraldine so we can talk to them. And we've got some ideas on how that can work. So, yep.
Any other questions or comments? Yes, Councillor Jackson.
Yep, great plan. Ashley, just wanted to ask about, there's just the one single reservoir, right? One single line, and the concern about if one of those was to go down, then there'd be an issue. So how have we coped previously? Has there ever been a case where one of them has gone down, we haven't been able to cope?
Not at Geraldine, but it happened, excuse me, in early December 2017 with Temuka. Temuka had a single reservoir and single trunk main, and we were progressively replacing that trunk main in stages, and we got this asbestos contamination within the network within Temuka, and we pulled out all stops, and within the 100 days we replaced the trunk main, and $4 million, and that really has ignited our desire to make sure that doesn't happen again, and this is the strategy to overcome that in Geraldine, where we have similar circumstances.
So if it was to happen, then what would be the next plan of action?
Well, I don't think you would end up with catastrophic failure as such. So going down would mean, for example, if the trunk main burst, then we've got reservoir storage, and so we fix the trunk main. We have spares and contractor and so on, and we have an easement, so rights to go into the land and repair. So we'll get by, but this strategy is about within the 3 to 5 year time frame having enough resilience so that doesn't become a problem. Yeah, it's risk management, risk minimisation, and it's all encapsulated by resilience, really.
I guess another comment just make through your chair is that we're also planning for the future growth of Geraldine as well, so that needs to be built into this and making sure there is sufficient water for that growth, and that also aligns partially to the alignment of the water main. Is there opportunity there to actually service more land?
Councillor Booth.
I just noted in your report you mentioned the asbestos cement pipe, and you've just mentioned the Temuka main that failed. What sort of liability we got in our network around asbestos pipes that obviously you're looking to replace them over a period of time, but looking forward, how many more of those pipes have we got left in the ground which we're relying on?
I can't answer that right now. I don't carry those numbers around with me. But we have a progressive renewal program. Currently, we've already replaced a lot of the very small diameter AC pipes. They're not mains, they're pipes. So we've done that. And through our network team, we have a program to replace. So right now, it's not a concern other than at the same level as all other concerns. And it's part of our renewal program. So we've got it in hand, right? And this strategy here is just, the next cab off the rank we need to look at.
I mentioned in there around the reservoir and the fact that the Department of Conservation own the land. Are there some issues around that? No particular issues, but being a good tenant that we are, we need to talk to the landlord about whether we can put another reservoir on that site or whether we need to look for another site or whatever. That's why you get them on the get DOC on the stakeholder liaison group, so they can talk to us, and talk to our other stakeholders to see what the options are. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Mr. Harper. So absolutely a good strategy, and I support your stakeholder group. It's a very comprehensive group of stakeholders. Yes, Councillor Oliver?
I'm happy to move it.
Thank you. 1 to 4? Yep. Okay, I'm happy to second that. The recommendations 1 through to 4. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you, Mr. Harper. We'll move on to 8.3 on page 22. So this is the terrace footbridge option assessment, deciding on the management and strategy going forward regarding the terrace footbridge. I will take the report as read and welcome Susie.
Thank you, and I also have Adam Ward here, who looks
Welcome,
after our
Adam.
structures. So thank you. Obviously, the terrace footbridge has been in action since 1986, I believe. It was community funded at the time and has been installed. And now we have come across some significant maintenance works that needs to be undertaken, which comes at cost. So there's obviously 4 options there that we can look at in relation to that, which is obviously maintaining the bridge now, replacing the bridge at the end of the life, replacing the bridge now, maintenance now, and remove when it comes at the end of life, or remove the bridge now. So you'll note in the recommendations that staff haven't actually put a recommendation forward. There is a preferred option identified, which is removing the bridge because of our current funding constraints. Noting that we have got to work with KiwiRail for any work that does occur in that corridor when we were to undertake work. South Street Bridge would be an example where we've done that, both maintenance and then renewal in the past. We had to get further deeds to operate that, which they then charge annual fees for. I think South Street, when we did the maintenance before replacement, the cost of doing the upfront work to get the approvals was more than the actual doing the job on the bridge. Noting that the Terrace Bridge is one of multiple crossings across the KiwiRail corridor, and also noting that it has been identified in the City Town Strategic Framework as a key link, so just noting those things.
Thank you, Susie. And I'd like to bring to councillors' attention page 29 regarding the alternative routes that can be used and the oversight of the map for further detail if people are not familiar with the walkway access to and from this area. Yes, Councillor Piddington.
I like the bridge, I've used it, but it's not essential. I think the cost of $500,000, we'd have to prioritise not only the bridge, but other things we're trying to do. And I just don't see, with 3 other reasonable access ways, 2 of them within spitting distance, really, the only option to me is to remove the bridge. I just don't see value for money in progressing it. And I know there are a few residents up there, but it's not a natural walkway because you end up halfway up the terrace, then you've got to find your way onto the main street. And I know City Town had it as one of their points, but again, that budget has been slashed and I don't think it'd sit a priority with them.
Thank you, Councillor Piddington. Councillor Jackson.
So if we were to remove the bridge, what sort of process is required if, say, a few years down the track, somebody or another council decided they did want to put the bridge back in there? What's the engagement process like with KiwiRail? Is that difficult?
Yes, it could be challenging in the fact that there isn't an existing structure in that time, but noting that there's no deed for not an up-to-date deed for the current bridge in its place. But yes, it could be a challenge. We've noted that things do change over time with KiwiRail on the processing and approval process, so couldn't guarantee what it would be like for future connections. And probably should have also noted, obviously, since this report was written, we have had our indicative allocations from the New Zealand Transport Agency for the next 3 years. And so the structures renewal budget is less than what we have asked for. So yes, definitely there would have to be prioritisation against all of the other assets, and also in the local road operations, which also includes bridge maintenance and the component replacements. So the capital replacement cost has also not met council's requests. So there will have to be some further work on prioritisation.
Thank you, Susan. Before I go to Councillor Booth, I just want to outline also that it does not provide access for cyclists and mobility users, so it's not fully accessible to those maybe with walking aids or pushing pushchairs, unlike the other routes. Yes, Councillor Booth.
Actually, the lift's not working, so there's nothing on the piazza either for those people either. So they've got to go up and down the stairs. But overall, I think we should be spending the extra 25,000. It's going to cost 50,000 anyway, and actually fix it up and keep it, because you'll never get it back if you actually let it go now. And you know, those rusty bits of steel there, that's just, you know, that surely can't cost 75,000, but you've put a number in there which says it does, so that's fine. But no, I think it's a mistake letting it go. You'll never get that access back again. It's actually an important part of the city town and the connection for the city to the bay. It's just another piece of the jigsaw that should not be lost.
Thank you, councillor Booth. Yes, councillor Pye.
I tend to agree with councillor Booth. I actually, and probably what's made the difference is sitting here listening to you this morning, Susie, and saying this was a community project for a start. And I am very reluctant to make a decision without fully understanding what the community think about this bridge. And I note you've put in your report that there has been some community feedback. But I agree with councillor Booth, is if we remove this, we're never ever going to get it back, and I don't feel like I have got the full picture to make that decision. So my preference would be to maintain it, keep it, and if it needs to be replaced in future, maybe it's another community project. But once it's gone, it's going to be impossible to get back, I think.
Councillor Scott.
My initial thoughts when I read it is that it was lacking a little bit of information around actually how often is it used. So it's pretty hard to make a $500,000 decision if it's only used once a week. So I definitely too would like to see some more information about its usage. My thoughts are you'd keep it closed if City Town see this as a priority. They do have a budget that this council allocated in a few years' time, and if it's a community asset, and then they allocate the appropriate budget towards it. And I think there's $2 million coming up. I would suggest that they won't consider it a high priority, but I agree it is. If you take it down, you'll never get it back. But I think a little bit more work needs to be done about an informed decision here.
So, councillor Scott, you're more about keeping it closed and hold?
We'll keep
Pause.
it. Yeah, well, yes, until
Close
more
and pause.
information comes around its usage. How often is it used? Are we going to spend? Well, true. Well, someone obviously did do the work beforehand. You just haven't written it in the report.
So we haven't had the pedestrian counts on it before, but to do that, we'd need to do the maintenance to get it safe to open up again. So that could be, you could modify option 1, which would be maintain now, get it open again, and then monitor use. And for a further report before it's at the end of its life again.
It'd be really beneficial to the City Town project as well, whether they prioritise this money towards that.
Who hasn't spoken that would like to speak? Councillor Burt.
Yeah, giving it further consideration based, and especially based on the, the extra $25,000 to, give it another life for a period of time. That seems fair. In terms of that cost and the life, is that is that out there in terms of actual relativity to what was required, or is it just somebody's put their finger up and said, I think that would last this amount of time?
Yeah, thanks. So they are rough order costings based on an initial scope that we've looked at with the engineers. A lot of that cost, though, does come down to the KiwiRail access in terms of, firstly, actually getting the permit to enter their corridor, and secondly, in terms of the grant of right that we'd need. So, and that is quite hard to quantify up front, so we would need to do a little bit more work to firm up those costs. So they are rough order at the moment.
Councillor Booth?
Yeah, I'd like to move option 1, maintenance now, replace bridge at end of life.
Okay, so we have a recommendation from councillor Booth about maintenance now, replace bridge at end of life with initial cost of $75,000.
Before it's seconded, do we need to make the decision for the end of its life now? Can we not just spend the $75,000 and fix it up, and that's the end of story for this particular meeting? And then when it gets to the end of the life, make a decision then.
Mm-hmm.
You're locking in something. How many years down the track is a bit premature, isn't it?
So the motion that we have on the table at the moment is maintenance now of the bridge for it to become reopened. Okay. Councillor Pye?
I just want to understand what we're going to miss out on, because obviously we don't have that $25,000 in the budget, and we're all very good at sitting here telling you to stop spending money, and then we go, but spend it here. So I just want to understand how you're going to accommodate this in the budget.
Yes, good question. And just to clarify that the reason we presented the options that way was because we look at the net present value, which is the overall life of it. So it's not recommending that, and it's around 75,000 for the upfront cost to maintain it now. So what that would mean is that in our budget, which is our structural component replacement budget, which we've heard from NZTA sits in the road operations, which has been funded less than we have requested, that there would have to be some prioritisation of the works that's happening. So, for example, we've got Deakin Rail replacement on Rolling Ridges Road Bridge, which is 140,000. So I'm just scanning through the list here. One similar one would be the Waitaui Temuka Road deck replacement of the seals on that bridge, which is $80,000. So it would mean that one of those high priority jobs that's currently on our list will have to drop to year 2 of the long-term plan. Not saying it would result in, but it could result in a level of service drop on another bridge.
But Citytown they've got $1 million in their budget. Can they not put the 75,000 to
So what we could do, we can see if we can get a seconder for the motion and see whether it gets carried forward or not. And if not, we'll come back to another motion. Is people happy with that?
Can we alter the motion slightly in that if Councillor Booth is willing to do that, subject to finding a budget for the money?
Councillor Booth, are you
Just reading the WSP report, their total comes to 50,000, not 75,000. So where have you got this extra money? I mean, it's a ridiculous amount of money to replace those steel cleats. They're just a piece of galvanised steel you flick out and you put a new one in.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Booth. So in the report, they actually that is the structural maintenance work, and then they make an allowance on top of that for the KiwiRail access, which, like I said before, that's an unknown, and that can end up being quite a large portion of the actual work. And it's not just replacing the node plates at the truss connections. There's actually quite a lot of timber replacement to do, and we also need to strengthen up the columns on the south side as well to take some of that sway out. So if you were going in there to do some of that work, you would do a full run on the timber replacement as well.
Are you treating this as OPEX or CAPEX? Because it does make a difference.
Yeah, this is CAPEX, so it's a structural component replacement.
Sure.
So just to clarify, do we have the 50,000 in the budget to remove the bridge now? And if not, why has this suddenly come to council? Is there an urgency to this? What if we do nothing? I'm just trying to understand. Yeah.
So it's come to council now because it is closed and there is no budget this financial year. I know we're very close to the end of that, and it will have an impact on the budgets going forward next financial year, which is why we've brought it for a decision. Basically, do we want to maintain this access? Are we happy to keep it closed for a period while we come up with some funding? Correct. Well,
I think that if the council are wanting more work done on where the budget comes from, then we need to leave it lying on the table while we go and do that work.
Mm-hmm. So where I sat from my thoughts was initially for option 4 to remove the bridge, but I now support Councillor Scott about hold and pause for further work. So at the moment we do have a motion from Councillor Booth. Do we have a seconder for that? No.
Sorry, I'm a bit perplexed in some ways because if we choose to do this, something chocks down in the priority list and we just accept that, because surely we're not, every time a paper comes, where's the money coming from, what's the priority? That's why we have staff. If we decide that's our priority, it is our priority and we get on with it. Because are we going to debate which bridge we're not going to do work on? And that's just part of being on the council. And My second point then is anything that new that comes to us next financial year that's not budgeted, we'll expect to know the impact of that decision on the other budgets, to be fair to the staff. But we're kind of in double jeopardy, aren't we? We either decide we're going to do it and they prioritise it as best they can, because that's their role, or we don't prioritise it and it doesn't go anywhere. I just think we're just being
I guess my point is we don't know what we're prioritising it against. And that's what I'm struggling with.
Examples.
Yeah.
I think we've also heard we don't have a budget to remove or to fix. So to me, more work needs to be done. Go away, do the work and come back.
Okay, anyone prepared to propose a motion?
I move that we pause this project. Further information and budget understanding is required.
I'm happy to second that.
Thank you, councillor Oliver. Any other? Yes?
Yeah, look, I'm concerned it's a critical part of the connection from the town to our most precious part, which is Caroline Bay. And it's part of a walking circuit. People will use it if it's open. It has been used. So I just think it's been community funded. Perhaps the community may be interested in putting some money towards it for the repair, if that was the case.
Mm-hmm.
100% agree, councillor.
But let's get on and do something, not just park it.
Well, you just said you want to go out to the community, so you have to pause.
So we've got a motion and a seconder regarding pause, further information, money on budget, maybe community engagement as well regarding likelihood of support for it.
Just a clarification, so are you seeking basically our priority list and where it would fit into that? Are you looking at that, or just how we're going to fund it?
I think it's more how will we fund it?
Yeah.
Because, if we've got a capital project that's come in significantly under, does the council have a mind to actually utilise the difference? So there's a number of options we've just got to work through.
Okay, I'm going to close that off now. All those in favour? Aye. Can you read that?
Pause project is more further information required, community engagement.
Madam Chair, with that in mind, can we delegate to the CE that if he can find the money to do it in the budget, it should just be done, rather than having to come back to another meeting?
Are you happy with that? Okay, so the motion is that we are going to initially pause this project for looking for further information regarding scope, project budget and community engagement. And then we're going to add on that if the CE can find budget for the project.
What's the project is my question. Yeah. Which option? Yeah.
Maintenance. Option 1. Yeah, to get it open again.
Yeah, option 3 is the one that says basically, yeah, maintenance now and then remove it into bridge life. But yeah, do you want to commit to replacing that bridge now, which is option 1? No.
We just want to maintain. We've got 10 years to think about that.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay. Councillors, everyone happy with the motion? That's understandable? Okay, let's put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Good conversation. Okay, let's move on to 8.4, key infrastructure update on projects. We'll go through one by one. So we've got the Geraldine sewer siphon duplication project.
One question.
Yes.
I was just read here in the project set, additionally, we're exploring the possibility of undertaking upstream from the recently installed siphon. Can you just tell us what that work will consist of?
Is that Grant Hall? I'll welcome Grant.
That's Nick Houston.
Yes, there's some, looking at some further work on on each side of the siphon. So there, some upgrade and renewal of the sewer mains on the Geraldine side.
Okay, so it's the sewer main, we're not doing...
Mic on, please.
No, no.
Sort of read like that.
Yeah, that's the way.
Right, sorry. No, not on the river, no.
Excellent, thanks.
Because there are some constraints within that part of the network, and we have some budget because we're significantly under in terms of the amount of money that we are doing the siphon for.
Thank you, Grant, and I see that it's all on track to be completed at the end of May. By the end of May, we're in June now. So is it completed?
Into June. Yes, the pipe's in. It's so there's just a bit of work on the edges.
Lovely.
So just,
Very close to practical completion.
just for my benefit, what happens when the next project comes in over? Like you've saved some money on this project,
Oh, the scope.
and now you're now you're going through some scope to spend that, but say the next project comes in over, what happens? I'm just thinking about
Yeah,
the process of actually just adding to projects. I mean, is the infrastructure committee comfortable with that, or do we have to bring that stuff back?
I think that's, next stage was proposed in the next financial year, so we're just taking the opportunity to fast track out of it.
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you. We'll move on to the Pleasant Point water mains renewals, which is almost completed. Very good. The Seadown water trunk main. Yes, Councillor Jackson.
I've got a question about the old piping. So does that stay in the ground? Does that never come out? Does it just stay there?
No, it stays in the ground. It's abandoned.
Cool. So it's safe in the ground, yeah? Yeah, yeah.
Okay, we'll move on to the water, sewer and stormwater renewals, upgrades and projects. A lot are completed or almost complete. Any questions, any comments? No, everyone's satisfied? Thank you. The Parriola pipeline renewal. So there's been a temporary suspension of work, I see.
Yes. So with the, over the summer period and the level of the lake in the Opua, we weren't able to turn the Parriola pipeline off for significant periods of time, which is required with the lining. So we suspended that while, so as not to interrupt the supply from the Parriola. We are now able to look at turning the Parriola off for periods and those periods are maybe a week. So we're just about to recommence that work again.
Great. Yes, Councillor Jackson.
Excuse my lack of knowledge, but I'm sure you can help fill the cup. So it says here that 70 litres per second out of an allowable 217 litres per second from the Parriola River, and 130 litres per second out of the allowable 238 litres per second. So if we're not using up to the amount that we can be using, are we allowed to store that in reserve? Is that possible or not?
No, well,
Can you catch
not
up?
significantly, because we don't have that storage. So we do have the storage at Claremont in our raw and treated water reservoirs, which is 113,000 cubic metres each, but that's only, 10 days.
Right. So we can only catch up so far.
Yeah. No, that's the stuff that we're not taking, we can't bank that, no.
Right, no, you can't bank it, okay.
Can I go back to the suspension of the work? I don't quite get it. So we've suspended work because the river's low. Wouldn't that be the best time to do it, is when the river's low?
No,
Don't quite get it.
right, so the two suppliers, one from Periora and one from Opahi to Timaru,
Yeah.
the Timaru has a water shortage direction on it, so we are constrained in terms of the amount of water that we can take from the Opahi.
Right.
In order to line the Periora, we need to turn the Periora off.
Okay, that's got it now. The wording sort of read like it was the Periora that was low. So, yeah, just my confusion.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll move on to the road renewal and improvement program. 95% completion for the season, which is well done. Susie?
Yes, I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Yes, councillor Booth.
What are they doing down at the Port Loop at the moment with the digging big holes and stuff?
That's our friends at Alpine. So they're doing power to the port. So it's part of, I believe, their decarbonisation project. Our great drainage and water team went in and did the work for us nice and early to complete the water main renewal that they needed to do, and then Alpine said, we've also got some work to do. So we had to put a hold on the wider work that we were planning on doing for improving the surface and widening that footpath through there. But once their Alpine are completed, we'll be in next financial year to undertake that work.
Thank you. Okay. We'll move on to the Redruth landfill cell. Yes, councillor Paddington.
Look, this might be the way it's written, but I'm a bit confused. Page 54 says the contract start date was delayed to the site operator not having finished the site to the design heights. So someone was supposed to do something and they didn't, and that resulted in us having to redesign it, and then Rooney's had to put more fill in at the cost of $37,000. Who's not doing their job? Because it reads as though Environ NZ should have had a certain level, and they'd agreed to that. They didn't do it, so we paid for it. Doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, you're actually correct in the fact that the EnviroWaste didn't fill the cell up to the consented level, effectively. So it did mean that when we did the capping, we had to have put a little bit more in there for that.
So why are Enviro NZ not paying the $37,000? Because they're the ones that haven't delivered. This is my frustration with some of this. We end up paying because someone else didn't do their job.
We're having some discussions with them over that at the moment.
What does that mean? Does that mean they're going to pay the $37,000 bill? Because that's what they should be doing.
Yeah.
Have a contract with people, they don't fulfil it. Why do we carry the can? And there's been other examples over the past 2 years that we hear, we have a discussion, but we never get the money.
It was disappointing that they didn't fill it because it was actually valuable landfill space too that wasn't used. But it was a fairly minor because what we're talking about is it's a large area. So the actual extra height was not a lot.
My point, Andrew, I don't care whether it's an inch or 6 feet. We've paid $37,000 for something that should have been done by someone else. We're scrambling around trying to find 50K for a bridge. I've just found $37,000 of it.
Yeah, I need to check the contract document, and there are other factors in it as well, which are due to compaction. And EnviroWaste have, on the flip side, saved us a lot there with their compaction, extra compaction. They've extended the life of the landfill by 2 years. So there's wins and losses.
Councillor Paddington, would you like this to be put on the actions register so we can follow up?
Yeah,
with
I
it?
will, because we started the conversation, we're having a discussion with them, which indicated to me we were going to get some money back, and now we've thrown it away by the end of the conversation. All I'm asking is, If we have contracts in place, we get the people that sign those contracts to deliver what we ask.
So we'll put that on the actions register.
I wonder if there's also just a lesson that before we contract for them to be capped, we make sure they're full. Would that be the lesson out of this?
Yeah, I think that's a fair lead. We should do the surveying, make sure it was done. But of course, once, you need to do it during the active life of the landfill when you're actually filling, because as soon as you put the first layer on, you've lost that opportunity. So it's a discussion that we're having with EnviroWaste on that, making sure that we do maximise the volume in those cells.
Okay, so it's on the action register regarding following up with Enviro New Zealand. Okay, so that's the end of the reports. The recommendation is that the Infrastructure Committee receives and notes the Infrastructure Group key project updates. Can I have a mover for that, please? Thank you, Councillor Scott, seconded by Councillor Burt. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Okay, so we'll move on to matters of a minor nature before we go into any public excluded reports. So first is a farmers car park update, please.
Yep, 3 years, Chair. There is some work going on at the moment with the farmers car park. It's basically just doing the replacing of the grouting between the panels. They used a bit of silicone filler, which shouldn't have been done, so we put in the grouting. The interior of it was completed. Now we're just doing the exterior, which is involving a bit of work there. So.
Question?
The other thing is the design of the strengthening is underway, but we have not received the detailed seismic assessment for the building underneath, which is privately owned, which is the farmer's shop, effectively.
So we won't be moving forward until we get that report from the building owners?
That's correct, because there may be some joint work that needs to be done.
Any questions regarding the farmers car park?
Do we have a timeline on it?
Well, the work that's underway at the moment should be finished by the end of this month. The big one, yeah. I'm not sure when the DSA is due for the farmer's shop, so I'd have to find out for that. That is a best part of the critical path.
Okay.
DSA for the main farmer's shop is in the hands of the owners, isn't it?
That's correct, it's getting prepared, yeah. There's a request from our building team to that to be submitted.
Councillor Pai, do you have anything? No, you're right. Okay. All right, we'll move on to bus shelters. My question is regarding any scheduled refresh maintenance to our bus shelters. They're looking a bit tatty. The plastic glass needs cleaning. I know there has been a decline in use because of My Way, but on the main kind of arterial routes that I see on Selwyn Street, on Wairī Road outside New World, on Otapio Road outside Talbot Park, on Queen Street outside the hospital, and on Church Street, they're looking a little bit rough around the edges.
Yes, no, I do agree, and you're right. Following the introduction of My Way, obviously has been a change of how the bus service is used, so we've been working in with ECAN to figure out which are the high priority sites and which sites can be rationalised, i.e. which bus shelters are no longer required, can we remove. There is funding allocated in the long-term plan of $40,000 per annum to upgrade or to refresh these bus shelters, so we'll work on that as a prioritised list once we've got the priorities from ECAN.
Yeah, and Morgans Road also.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody has any comments or questions regarding bus shelters? Yes, Councillor Booth?
So the bus shelters are our responsibility and the buses are ECAN's responsibility. correct?
Yes, correct. We provide the infrastructure. We did have that funding put in under the Transport Choices Fund, which was unfortunately pulled by new government. So there was funding, a bit more funding there at a higher funding rate, but that's been pulled. So
Okay, thank you.
that's where we're at.
Okay, we'll move on to our parks update, please, Mr Dixon.
Thank you, through your chair. So following the council decision to move to a hybrid model for so partially in-house services and some contracted out services, we're proceeding with that at the moment. So the plan is to basically employ 2 crews. So we're advertising for 6 gardeners, 2 leading hands and a team leader. And also be soon to be on the market will be a custodian role, which will be looking after the CBD maintenance, and also picks up minor maintenance activities within our parks, repairing signs, repairing broken fences, things like that. So that is underway. In parallel with that, we're also exploring what plant we need. That's his vehicles, trucks, mowers, etc. So the team are working through that at the moment. Talking to our neighbours, Ashburton as well, on sort of what they have, and also, we're working with a former contractor as well to give us some idea of, to make sure we keep a reasonably commercial operation going and cost effective. So that's, we hope to be ordering that equipment later this month.
Councillor Pye.
Are we going to be able to have some visibility kind of over that at the end of the year and what it's cost saved on contracts?
We will be reporting that, yeah. So we need to report that because the budget really hasn't changed. So there's going to be a balance in moving some costs from contractors to in-house.
So once it's in place, that particular department will be a little bit messy because there'll be stuff budgeted as contractors, but they'll have to be employed, and those haven't been sorted out 100% yet. And also the renewal of what is the other part of the hybrid will be a bit later as well. So that it's got to all bed down. So probably the first year, probably you won't see the 100% effect. It's probably the second year. Is that correct?
I think it was noted as, the initial report that probably in the year 1 we are going to be paying about $500,000 more, but then we'll reap our savings from year 2 onwards.
Any further questions or comments?
Obviously, it's going to lead to a higher standard of service, isn't it? So that's going to be beneficial.
That's the hope. Okay, and the last is the Piazza lift update, please.
Yeah, I can answer that one too. So it's been a long process, I have to say. It's initially kicked off with the vandalism of the lift, but we've had issues with the ram itself, and it seems that the ram has actually jammed. It was a major task to get it out. We have done that now. It has been pulled apart and it's getting reassembled at the moment. So it should be up and running realistically probably by the end of July. But it has been a long haul, yeah.
Councillor Piddington.
Just in terms of the damage through vandalism, have we got cameras in it and above it and round it? Because what's it cost so far to do this? And are we getting value for money? Again, I don't want to take stuff away, but...
We've got cameras in the lift, monitoring the entrances to the lift and above the piazza, cameras everywhere, but unfortunately this work or vandalism is generally done at night. The cameras don't give really good pictures. Police don't prosecute on camera footage. They use it for intel, for tracking people, but it's definitely not used as for hard evidence in a court. So we do what we can.
Is the lift disabled at night? Is it sort of locked up and not usable?
It has been open 24/7. That's something we're looking at, is actually closing it off, but we'd need some sort of gates, I guess, to make sure there's no access in there. But it's on the list, yeah.
Sorry, Andrew, just with, well, the police seems odd, they wouldn't prosecute if they have a camera of someone damaging something, but surely a little LED light would brighten, you know, the access points at least, so you see who gets in and out.
Yeah, we continue to work with police on it and how best to, I guess, monitor the area. But it is a challenge, yeah. Like all vandalism, unfortunately.
Yes, councillor Burt.
You'd effectively have to do the investigation yourself. If it's a resourcing thing, I don't know, but it's 100% identification and putting them there and on the spot and following it up. So it's a real, it's a shame that we've got to the stage in our community, in New Zealand, that these things are not prioritised, because it's that broken windows thing. Those people are doing those things are capable of going on and doing lots of other things. In terms of the amount of vandalism, you've obviously done and you have an idea that most of it probably is happening at night and what have you. So, I mean, the obvious thing is, as you said, you're looking at it, get some gates up now and hopefully, you know, save yourself quite a lot of money from that vandalism. Because, I mean, if not many people are going to be going up and down stairs, up and down the lift, I should say, at night to the bay.
Okay. Thank you. Right, we'll move on. We are now going to move into public excluded 13.1. I will move that we go in. Thank you, councillor Oliver, to second. All those in favour? Aye, carried.
Good morning. Community Services Committee meeting Tuesday, 11th of June 2024. First of all, we have an apology from Mayor Nigel Bowen. No other apologies. I'll move those apologies, seconded by Councillor Oliver. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. I'd like to welcome our community board members today. Thank you very much for your attendance. We don't have any public forum matters today. Any items of urgent business? No. Identification of matters of minor nature. Any declarations of conflicts of interest to be noted? No. Okay, Chair's report. Like all councillors, numerous long-term plan engagements over that 4-week period. I personally found it really great engaging with the community on so many different issues. It was heaps of fun, especially the markets. Definitely enjoyed going to those. Got some really good feedback there. Attended the hearing submissions and the deliberations on that long-term plan. I've attended Sister City meetings, also the Aoraki Foundation Partners Function. I had the pleasure of being an attendee at the Timaru Boys High School Leadership Group with the Mayor and Deputy Mayor and council staff. It was a really, really great session actually, and something that we should be doing more often with our young people and our next generation of leaders. So we will definitely be encouraging that going forward. It was fantastic. Along with Councillor Jackson, who attended an Alexandra lifeboat discussion, and I've attended the local arts scheme subcommittee, Aorangi Park stakeholder meeting, numerous council meetings, workshops and citizenship ceremonies over the past 6-week period. That is my Chair's report. I'd like to move that, seconded by Councillor Shannon. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Okay, looking at the minutes of the Community Services meeting held on the 16th of April. Do I have any questions there? Okay, Councillor Piddington, would you like to move those? Thank you, and seconded by Councillor Pye. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. We move to reports. 8.1, Action Register Update. Beth, would you like to walk us through those?
Yes. Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. So I can confirm that with respect to the Egantai Art Gallery project, there is a separate report that is coming up within this committee meetings, which will speak to the confirmation of the budget that was agreed in the tenders and procurement meeting, as per the paper that went on the 14th of November 2023. So we can mark that one as complete. The capex of the Geraldine pools, I note that that actually was confirmed in the commercial and strategy meeting at the previous standing committees. We can mark that as confirmed, as completed, my apologies. That $69,000 was for the installation of the new sand filter. And the Seabay business report there, I do note there was some ambiguity around the request for this specifically. We did note at the end of the last standing committee that included as part of the feasibility study. And if there are any further questions around the specifics of the pool, I'm happy to field those discussions.
Yeah, I guess the main reason there, I was interested to know where you were portioning the income from the gym. That should be relatively straightforward too, and if there's been any changes where that's been reported. So, yeah. Where is it? Where does the money go for the income for the gym?
So I can confirm that 20% of each premium memberships gets from the gym and the pools gets allocated out to the Seabay Aquatics to cover the members' usage of the pool and the chillax. Whilst the gym terms a profit and the pools don't, that subsidises it essentially when rates are collected, which are essentially around that $5 million mark. That covers the operations of the pools, but it's about 20% of the memberships from the gym, which covers the operation of all of the pools. Does that answer your question? You want further breakdown?
are you going to, you're going to give us a report on that at some point? Is that right?
My understanding was that I was not requested to provide a report. Are you asking for a report?
I guess what I was getting at was that, yeah, you gave us some numbers just recently regarding the cost of supplying the services for swimming. Did that take into account the income for Seabay as a business unit, which would include the gym membership, and so therefore subsidising the swimming?
I will hand to Mike Wrigley to explain.
Good morning. Yeah, so Beth hit the nail on the head. Pretty much we do have an allocation that every premium member, 20% goes across to aquatics for their share of that membership. There are members who don't touch the gym, so should we be putting 100% across? The percentage doesn't really matter. We could put 50% across into aquatics, which would just drop the gym's profit and obviously then subsidise the loss of the pools. Overall, we do, when it comes to rates, just request a set rate that covers Seabay as the building, fitness, aquatics, everything, and the 3 district pools. So really the money is just one pot. The only thing that is separate is the stadium. So like I said, we could make the aquatics loss look better by then subsidising more of the gym's profit, or Seabay Fitness's profit, for want of a better term. So is 20% a fair amount to accrue across? That's just the way it's always been for 12 years.
Any further questions to the action register? Okay, so we will receive and note the updates to the action register. Councillor Pye will move that and Councillor Shannon has seconded it. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Report 8.2, Community Services Group Update. Is that you?
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. So this is the standard 6-weekly update for the various units within the group. It provides a relatively high-level overview of some of the core activities that have taken place over this period of time. I will take the report as read and happy to field any questions.
Oh, yeah. No, you go, Councillor Shannon.
It wasn't a question as such, but looking at some really good things through here, and one in particular which I really like that seems insignificant, but I think makes a difference to the vibrancy right across the district, is that small working group reviewing the public place trading process, enabling vendors and the likes to go everywhere. I think that's great.
And I also just wanted to note 9.3, customer service and their audit report, and what an excellent result. And I think we need to acknowledge that those survey results and the audit was excellent. So I just want to commend the Community Services Group and the excellent results that they received with that. So well done. Okay, if there's no further questions, we will receive and note the Community Services update report, and it's moved by Councillor Parker and seconded by Councillor Booth. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Moving to report 8.3, New Zealanders and the Arts Survey Summary Report.
Kia ora and thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, in September 2023, Nigel Ingram, GM of Recreation and Cultural Services, was approached by Kantar Public regarding a national survey they were conducting on behalf of Creative New Zealand to better understand the attitudes of New Zealanders towards the arts. With the endorsement of former CE Bede Karen, Timaru District Council commissioned their services to conduct this research across the wider Timaru District and understand the outcomes compared to the national averages. Kantar Public, formerly known as Colmar Brunton, is a global full-service data and insight consultancy offering in-depth understanding for businesses seeking growth strategies and qualitative research services across 100 different industries and a network of more than 150 million vetted and research-ready respondents. Since 2005, Creative New Zealand has conducted research to measure New Zealand's engagement with the arts every 3 years, with 7 surveys having been carried out to date, which the statistical data is weighted against each time. Other councils such as Auckland, Tauranga, Palmerston North, Wellington and Dunedin, etc. have also participated in this survey. The results, which are attached in the form of a PowerPoint to the report and is taken as read, are relatively self-explanatory, and the scope was across 6 different art forms. And our interest was in seeing how these results could help inform how we deliver arts and culture across the facilities and identifying opportunities to better engage the community in our strategies. So a few points of interest seen in the results are that the majority of residents surveyed recognise that the social and economic benefits of the arts, with 76% of those respondents agreeing that the arts is important in generating employment in the creative industries and that the arts play a vital role in raising awareness of social issues. 76% of respondents also confirmed that they had either attended or participated in the arts in the last 12 months, which is on par with the national average. And Timaru District's respondent rate regarding the importance of the arts to their wellbeing was 6% higher than the national average. And other areas where our results seem to differ slightly from the national averages were primarily around diversity and how our community engages with Ngā Toi Māori or Māori arts and Pacific arts, and secondly, a lack of a perceived lack of accessibility to the arts within our district. So I'm happy to open the floor to any questions.
Of interest, was anyone surveyed in this room? No. Well, thank you very much, Sam. I don't think there's any questions, but yes, a valuable piece of work, and good to see that we're punching above our weight when it comes to enjoying the arts in our community. So thank you very much for that. So we receive and note the findings of the New Zealanders and the Arts Survey. Could I have a mover, please? Thank you, Councillor Shannon, seconded by Councillor Oliver. Thank you very much. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Okay, now we have Philip joining us to present 8.4 Museum Permanent Exhibition Design at our proposed Theatre Royal and Heritage Facility. Welcome.
So if you don't mind, through you, Madam Chair, I will start off by just laying the foundation for why we're doing this presentation, and I will hand over to Philip shortly, who will also be providing a handout for your reference as well. So we understand that much of the rhetoric around a Theatre Royal and Heritage Facility has pertained to the theatre component, and oftentimes within that dialogue, the museum aspect, the heritage facility, gets lost, and certainly lost within the public debate. So we saw this as an opportunity, considering that that is half of that facility, to speak to what we are planning within that space. This specific presentation will pertain to the permanent exhibition. Philip will provide a bit of context and overview. He's got about 10 minutes to talk about how we got here and where we plan to go from here within the future as well. I would like to set some parameters and make it clear that this is not going to be about the operational plan or the financials or the budgets associated with that. The entirety of that presentation will come to the full council in early July, but this is rather a repeat of the presentation that was offered to the governance reference group in April, I believe. And also just to provide a little bit of extra clarity as well in terms of the key players who are the group managers that are involved in this. So as you're aware, Nicole Timney is overseeing the vertical infrastructure. My job as the group manager of community services will be to develop the operational plan and how we're going to manage the operations of both components within that facility. And Stephen Doran will also be providing support in terms of the community engagement side of that as well. So if there's any questions of me specifically, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, I will hand over to Philip for his presentation.
Tēnā koutou katoa, thank you for this opportunity. As Group Manager Beth has outlined, this is based on a presentation given to the reference group meeting for the project development, and I've reworked and hopefully boiled down the information a bit more to make it a bit more palatable. But yeah, the point here is that, and with the handout, the museum obviously has a history, and that history has developed over time. And in the centre, it wasn't easy to put on a slide, so a piece of paper was a better thing to do. We have a timeline going all the way back to 1941 showing the museum's development. And the things I'd point out there is that in 1988, the museum became a full council unit after being jointly operated by the South Canterbury Historical Society and the Timaru City Council of the day. And since then, obviously, there's been some building development, and in 2014, an external feasibility study indicated the need to look at a new development of some sort, and the option was taken by the council to look at relocation, which found its way into the 2018 28 LTP to develop a new museum. And that was and that would be coupled beside the Theatre Royal. Now, the issues were, of course, to do with size, site, and access for the current facility, and the opportunity that was seen by the council of the day in 2018 to relocate and co-locate the museum with the theatre. And since then, of course, there has been a lot of work that's gone ahead to progress that, leading us to where we are now. So what I'll do is just quickly run through these slides to give you an idea of what it is we are planning to have next to the Theatre Royal in this development. And what we will end up with. And just very quickly, I won't bother reading all the words that we have up there, but I draw your attention first of all to the bottom left, where we look at the entrance to the museum, which is going to be accessible for all, spacious, welcoming. It's going to be a place that is not just linked to the theatre, but then acts as the central point to move into the different parts of the museum. One of the critical parts will be the temporary exhibition space located on the ground floor, able to host travelling shows from elsewhere, able to host well-curated and developed exhibitions either by the museum team or in conjunction with community groups. It can also be used for events, meetings, and other larger scale type programs. And then the third part downstairs at the top right is the education centre. Now that is located behind the facade of the Excelsior Hotel or the Criterion Hotel. And that is accessible from the street as well as from that main entrance. And that gives us a room not just for our in-term education programs, it gives us a adequate space for public programs and events, and also, like so many other parts of the combined facility, a hireable space. Now, just very quickly to give you an idea of how that all fits together. So here we have, of course, the front entrance, and from there you can turn to the right or upwards here to go into that education space. You can carry on through to the temporary exhibition space, or the small arrow at the left, you can then head into the slightly raised level, which is the same level as the theatre, and that will take you to the shared toilets, restrooms, but also start taking you upstairs to the upstairs long-term gallery, which occupies a large rectangular space. And that is now the focus of two things. The museum team are developing long-term displays which will relocate and reinterpret our region's heritage, nature, history, culture, on a long-term basis in that large rectangular space. It's also the focus of considerable fundraising to ensure we take the best advantage of the opportunity presented with this development. So let's have a closer look at what's going to happen in that area. We've now divided that large rectangle up into zones. Now, these are not separate rooms. They are areas that are walled off, but not all the way to the ceiling, but created separate zones to focus on different subjects. So when a visitor arrives, they come through the main part here, they walk into an area that tells us more about the local landscape, how it formed, the geological history. They then look at natural history, our local flora and fauna before moving into human arrival, and then you progress through, if you follow a set route, which you don't have to, into different aspects of human heritage. So whether it's Māori history and culture, whether it's the arrival of European settlers, or the development of our towns and our infrastructure and everyday life for local people over the last 150 years. We'll be making liberal use of high-quality exhibition techniques, including AV and IT interactives, to tell our region stories. This, for example, gives you an idea of the landscape story. Of course, we have geological specimens and cases at the left and going out of the picture, but on the right, visitors will be able to view a three-dimensional landscape model onto which is projected light which tells stories of the landscape changes, while on the large screens behind, those stories are being shown in either moving footage or still images to help people understand how the landscape formed, how our region has changed over time. And of course, Timaru's volcanism is a key part of that. Why is Timaru hilly? Because a volcano erupted. And we'll be able to tell those stories in a way which an object and a label would only go so far in doing it, in a way which is immersive and impactful. And the visitor will be able to choose the stories with a touch screen down to the lower left, and we'll be making liberal use of these touch screens to provide more information for those who want it. But of course, we'll be also making great use of our extensive heritage collections of artefacts, specimens, information, photographic images, and whether it's telling the story of local industries such as brewing in Timaru. The national brew was Timaru beer in the 1930s and 40s. It was renowned until it went under and then got swallowed up by the conglomerates. And we'll be able to tell those sorts of stories using our rich collections of artefacts as well as information, and for those who want it, we'll have a touch screen where you can burrow deeper and find out more information. Now, I mean, why are we doing this? The current museum limits what we can do. This is a new opportunity. There's new techniques, new ways of displaying things, and the key thing for us is that high-end museum developments become not just a great community museum, but it also adds to the visitor attractiveness of any region. And tourism, as we're now seeing post-COVID, is growing here in South Canterbury and even in Timaru. We've got the cruise ships seasons becoming more extensive, but we at the museum are anecdotally seeing an increase, an uplift in international and domestic tourism numbers coming through the door, particularly in the summer and autumn seasons. And it's become apparent to us that as we look around both New Zealand and overseas, that a high quality museum experience creates something which is going to spread the reputation of not just the museum but also the region further afield. And so we've got that opportunity. We want to seize it while we can. So developing a plan, in the 21-31 LTP, we had $600,000 set aside to relocate the existing exhibitions into whatever museum was going to develop. And that would enable us to shift what we've currently got and make some improvements. But as I keep stressing, we saw the opportunity to do something much further and to a much deeper level than that. We engaged a design company called Workshop E, who have all worked in museums, to develop an initial concept plan that fitted in with the architectural plan that was developing. And they came up with something which we had worked on them with, and the estimated cost was $3 million, and it's obviously $3 million we didn't have. Workshop E are no longer working with us. They've provided us with full concept plan. We're now working through with a new team to complete the design development phase, and part of that work has been extensive iwi engagement and involvement. And to undertake the fundraising, we've been working with the South Canterbury Museum Development Trust. Now, that trust was formed back in 1997 and over the years has put in several $100,000 worth of value to the existing museum. So to date, we've spent $190,000 to come up with the plans and some of the initial work for the developed design. And we're currently reviewing the developed design to ensure that we're staying within that $3 million threshold. And the table to the right on that slide shows you where we are at now. So with the long-term plan funding, plus the Museum Development Trust funds raised to date, plus the Collett and Jordan bequests, which were approved by this committee last year, we've reached the $2 million mark of the $3 million. So we've now got a target figure of $940,000 to go. We are looking at a lotteries application, we're looking at targeted grant applications and some specific donors we will be approaching, and continuing with public fundraising through the Museum Development Trust. This figure is achievable, but as we all well know with community projects like this, it's the last third that's the hardest third, and that's what we'll be working on and concentrating on from here. Now, the other thing is, although we're not talking about operational matters and funding, the fact remains the museum will be able to generate revenue, operational revenue. And so we've just indicated a little bit of this, and I draw your attention first of all to the revenue from the foyer, where museum donations are dependent on visitors coming in. Currently, we're looking at about 9,000 per annum. We see with a new facility, greater visibility and greater offerings, the opportunity to raise a considerably higher sum through visitor donations. We also have the opportunity for expanded retail offerings. We are making several $1,000s a year through our current low-key retail, that which we're able to do in the existing museum. This new foyer is going to give us more opportunity and more spaces to broaden our offerings and to generate a higher level of sales revenue. We're also eligible for external grants, and of course one of the significant operating grants we've had since 2005 has been from the Ministry of Education for the delivery of education programs throughout the region. And that is a contestable fund. We'll be up for contesting it again at the end of next year, and we will certainly be doing that. There are other program support grants nationally and locally that we have tapped into previously for one-off projects, and we can continue doing so. We also see the opportunity for charged events and programs, whether it's tours, presentations and screenings, or a wide range of programs which could include additional holiday programs with a bit more cost involved and benefit for the users, or lectures, visiting speakers and so forth. Then we also have on the top right event and exhibition sponsorship, where a specific exhibition could be sponsored by a local or regional or even national supporter, and there are plenty of examples of that sort of thing happening around the country with museums and galleries where there's private business getting an opportunity to get involved, or a corporate of some sort to sponsor specific events or exhibitions. And finally, as I mentioned earlier, and this is a work that is obviously being designed as part of the operational plan that you'll be presented later in the year or in July, that there will be spaces for hire that can link into the theatre's offerings as well to create something which is more than just the museum and the theatre beside each other. And finally, what I like about this is we've got a lot of the heritage from that site in our collections. Now, I draw your attention to the top, My Fair Lady. I don't know if anyone attended that in 1975 when the South Canterbury Drama League put that on, or whether you went to Jean Pitney or Fred Dagg in the 70s as well. But I'd hazard a guess that no one managed to get along to see the Pinafore Opera Company in 1891 when they put on a performance. They were part of a travelling company, one of the many travelling companies that have used the theatre in years gone by. But I will draw your attention to the object on the right, a rather serendipitous acquisition last year. That's a very small brass mug emblazoned with the Criterion Hotel, Timaru, and that was it probably dates from the early 1880s. We didn't know that existed until we put on a short exhibition last year looking at the history and future of the Museum and Theatre Royal. And I was working with Rose Forth, a local designer and community-involved person, and she said, I saw this thing on Facebook. Someone in Christchurch has got it. Maybe we could loan it to get it down since it comes from that site. I made contact with the gentleman, and he heard about what we were doing and what we're planning and said, look, I think this belongs in Timaru, not with our family. And so now we have that in the museum collection, and we're looking forward to having that on prime display in the foyer of the new facility when it opens. That's all I have to say at this stage, but whether it's regarding the information on the slides or what you have in front of you with the handout, and also on the back, I'd just draw your attention to, there's just a bit of information there about the museum today, what we're doing, and also how we will operate in the future, because of course the other aspect here is that we're bringing over our public-facing operations, exhibitions, education, public programs. Our collections will remain for now at the current site, which will be where we store those things. We develop our exhibitions, we'll have curatorial work areas, and also it will have an archives accessible library for people that come in to do research, as they do today. People coming in to do family history, browse photographs, work on gathering information for whatever purpose. So I'll throw that open to any questions that people may have about any of the information.
one, Philip, just around managing the fit out and obviously the budget that will sit with that. Will that sit with you or does that sit with a project?
At the moment, that is fitting with me, but it is linked very much to the project, so that we are reporting to the project, and because obviously the two go hand in hand. The Museum Development Trust raising those funds at which they are eligible to raise, but for example, a lotteries application would have to come via the council rather than through the trust. So it's, in some ways, the fundraising is a hybrid operation, but ultimately it's the museum team, as part of the council, overseeing the development of that and ensuring that all the parts are fitting together, and it's integrating in with what's happening with the main building development.
I have a couple of questions, and I actually really commend you for your passion and the work and the fundraising that you've done, which is outstanding. But my question is, talking about the elephant in the room, if the project doesn't go ahead as planned, how much rework do you think you'd need to do, or would you just be relying on having the same space in a different option?
That's something which we have given a little bit of thought to be fair. If, for example, the museum was to be relocated somewhere else, then a lot of the work that we have put in the concept design and even some of the technical design would be able to be relocated or redeveloped for the space. Obviously, what you've seen on screen is fitted to the architectural plans as we have them now. There possibly would be some ramifications on funding that we have received that was obviously targeted or focused on this development, and the Museum Development Trust may have to redress that with the major donors who have supported us so far.
So then my other question is about the repurposing of the existing museum. How fit for purpose is that? And if, for example, we went, we'd be better off to sell that and put all of that in another building, how much work would be required to make a different space fit for purpose?
Sure. The main criteria for making it, whether it's the current building or any other building, fit for purpose is to meet recognised museum standards of environmental control, earthquake strengthening and safety, staff work areas, and the need for a public access research area. Either way, there's going to be some work. Obviously, the current building has had a lot of effort put into it over the last 30 years to render it as suitable as it can be for a museum operation, and there would be some adjustment work needed to bring it up or to rearrange things for storage purposes, hopefully not a huge amount. If we were to relocate stored collections elsewhere, the same sort of scrutiny would be put onto whatever buildings and whatever work would be needed for.
And so do we have that in the budget, that work that needs to be done to the existing site?
I believe there is there is a sum in there. Also, that work would be likely to be eligible for some external funding as well, depending on the nature of the work that was needed and what was going to go ahead.
I can also confirm, Councillor Pye, that some funds have been reserved as part of this LTP, just as they have been in previous LTP, for the fit out of that specific space. We are also exploring, as part of this, what an alternative option might be in terms of storage for archive and heritage collections. We note that there is specific storage requirements for the art gallery, the library and the museum. Co-locating that and gathering information around storage requirements, temperature controls and environmental controls as well as part of that.
Follow on from that, Beth, I know we said we weren't talking about operations, but obviously that paper will come in July. Will that include the Perth Street ongoing costs, but also the renovations or the upkeep of that? Because we are, or is that going to be separated? How's that going to look?
We are currently undertaking work in canvassing exactly what that will look like specific to the Perth Street site. Whether or not that comes as part of that actual paper, I will discuss further with the CE on the requirements for that, but I can confirm that we are doing the costings associated with the staffing models for both.
Probably more of the operating expenses, actually. The ongoing OPEX for that will need to be sitting somewhere. Further questions? Great, thank you very much, Philip. That was excellent. So we will receive and note your presentation in paper. Councillor Jackson is happy to move that and Councillor Parker is happy to second that. So all those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. So no consideration for urgent business items or minor nature matters. So we now move to exclusion of the public. Again, to receive the progress report for the Agintyre Heritage House Gallery seismic strengthening and refurbishment project. Could I, Councillor Piddington, you're happy to move us, and Councillor Pye second. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. and, sorry, just trying to figure out how to do that. Remittance of the public. So now I would like to close the meeting at, 12:30. Thank you.
when everyone's ready. No. Kia ora, tēnā koutou katoa. Welcome to the Commercial and Strategy Committee meeting, Tuesday, 11th of June. I'll welcome to our community board members again. I see there's another apology, one from Nigel Bowen and from Janine Adams from Geraldine. I'll move those as seconder, please. Thank you, OJ. Councillor Jackson, all those in favour? Against, so moved. We have no public forum. I have no information in relation to any urgent business or minor nature. Do we have any declarations of conflicts of interest? Very good. Chairman's report, like everyone else, extremely busy with the LTP workshops and the submissions and deliberation LTP period that we had. I've had citizenship ceremony, ANZAC services, tenders and procurements, district council meeting and district licensing hearing and further deliberations with that. I'll move that. I'll have a seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Shannon. All those in favour? For, against, so carried. Going to confirmation of minutes, 7.1 minutes of the Commercial and Strategy meeting held on the 16th of April 2024. Someone like to move those? Thank you, Councillor Scott and Councillor Jackson. Any discussion in relation to those? Thank you very much. So we'll move those. All those for? Against, so moved. Thank you very much. Going to reports, and we move to 8.1, and that's on page 13, and that's our actions register update.
So the first one, rates penalties, there'll be a report in July. So Andrea's working on that. Unfortunately, Andrew is ill today. Capital projects and reforecasting. So we have bought Magic, which is our forecasting model live. We've done one and a bit forecast on that, I'll say a bit. And we've got officers still struggling a little bit on how to do that, to be fair. So the forecasts are happening through that. It's a fantastic system. And they're going to get better and better as we go. So there's a bit of a learning curve there, particularly on how you do it. It automatically will, it'll automatically populate with the 12th or the budget in the forecast going out. We've just got to get people to understand they can override that so that it makes sense. And that's what we're utilising. Management plan for the reserve, Rangitata Hearts, that is being worked on.
Very good. So receive and note those actions in the register. We have a mover and a seconder, Councillor Jackson and Councillor Booth. All those in favour? Against, so moved. And moving to 8.2, our financial report on page 15. And
so on page 16, there is the high-level P&L. So the variances here rattle through the variances in all the units. So I'll quickly go through those. So subsidies and grants, that on page 17, they are a subsection of that revenue that we haven't received and are not forecasting to receive. The bigger ones there is the Theatre Royal 6.2, the Parks and Recs 2.3, and the Aorangi Stadium. So they more than account for that 7.5 negative variance there. And they are timing issues around those project plans. 1.5 million, so the biggest one in there is the Peel Forest. There was a budget for, as we've talked about in past meetings, for the refuge fees. There's also some other ones in there that actually, there's positives and negatives in that account as well. Other revenue, the majority of that is related to fees, particularly as we go through the various units, consents, user pays and so forth. Finance, we're over budget. Obviously, we budgeted with a lower interest rate. Dividend revenue, that's a timing issue. And the other two are other gains. The personnel costs, 891 over at the moment, but we have not capitalised any of our staff costs. So once we do the capitalisation, it should be under budget. Depreciation expense, it is over budget. There was the explanation there is it's under budgeted, and I've been thinking about this coming in. I think it relates to the revaluation and the timing of setting the budgets. So the revaluation would have come in after the budget was set, which means that you have under budgeted. Finance costs, obviously the wrong assumption. The assumptions we used are lower interest rates, and that is driving that. The majority of that is driving the over budget there. And again, I would suggest a similar issue would have happened there, that the budget would have set with certain assumptions on interest rates, and the financial environment would have changed. So that gives us a deficit of 9.6 against a budget of 3.5 positive. Now, a couple of points to note: if we were on track with those bigger projects, and also we hadn't under budgeted depreciation and financing costs, we would be well and truly on budget. The two main lines that staff can control the most, well, apart from revenue we can control, but personnel costs, which are tracking fine when you capitalise, and also our other expenses, we managed to pull that back over time. I'm not sure I'll need to go through the debt cap stuff. When you start looking at the forecast, we're still forecasting a deficit of 15.1. However, that will, on paper, look less when we put our vested assets in. They're not there at the moment. But making up that 15.1, we have exactly the same issues going on in terms of the revenue, particularly subsidies and grants against budget, the fees and charges, and we are here saying that personnel will be over. I don't expect that to be the case. So again, that's relating to that new forecast model we're using, getting used to using that, and the other expenses were basically on budget. Capital expenditure, in April we were forecasting we would complete 53 million, so 50% of it. The variances are there. You'll see that roading and footpath, the best achiever is roading and footpaths at 63%. Sorry, corporate support is slightly better, but smaller dollars. Water, we're pushing them along in terms of moving that a bit quicker, and Andrew might want to chip in there if you want any questions on that. And also recreational leisure, we're behind, mainly again related to those bigger projects. When you look at the different units, the community support, while there's not a list of variances there, we've basically got the same situation as the previous month. So on community support, the other expenses is our 485 over budget there. That's two items mainly making that up. One is grants for additional Peel Forest, which was approved, 130, and community housing rates, 318, that are charged through this account and weren't budgeted for. We talked about that last meeting. On corporate activities on page 22, revenue here is down slightly. Subsidies and grants, that's mainly related to LTA. There's a timing issue there. Fees and charges is mainly user charge consents and LIM revenue. That makes up the bulk of that. 120, the 360. We're over on interest, and dividend is a timing issue. Again, the staff here are showing over, but this is where our vacancy factor sits. So we have our staff budgeted, and then there's a vacancy factor, which is a negative, sits in this area. So it shows that we're over because we don't have as many vacancies. And that's something we're dealing to in the next LTP in terms of trying to get that better. Finance costs, as obviously we talked about, the budget was set incorrectly, and other expenses is mainly around consulting. So we're over on finance, some consultancy services there. Corporate and planning, that was to do with the LTP and also enacting GM and drainage and water. Environmental services, other revenue, we're down, that's mainly reimbursement of planning consents. And we're slightly over, we're over on expenses as well, which is offsetting that. And then all the other departments are basically okay. When you go through those, they're explained by either subsidies or grants not being received or depreciation. We could pause there for any questions.
Councillor Piddington.
Thanks for that. Going forward, I mean, we sit here for 10 whatever times and hear the finance and its timing issues, it's things not capitalised. Are we going to get better at it?
Yes.
You know what I mean, though?
Yep,
Because
I
it's
agree.
hard to look at the reports, and without that number...
Yep. I'm used to an environment where we capitalise monthly into either WIP or whatever, so I've made a request that happens. Generally, if you've got a variance, it's a timing issue, there's not a lot you can do about it. You know, and when you look at our P&L, subsidies and grants, that is all timing issues. And the mainly, you know, the biggest chunk is theatre Heritage Centre. And then the other 3 or 4, we just didn't get the budgets right.
I guess for the ones that we do know are timing issues, in the reports, it would be good to see that number.
Yep.
So we take that off and land there.
Okay.
Councillor Booth.
Just on page 21, your other expenses, you did mention about grants being under 485,000, but what is the bulk of that money made up of, that
485?
Yeah, 429, no, the big number, 4 million to...
Oh, there you got me, haven't you? I'll have to go into the system.
Yeah, because you've got personnel charges already in there, depreciation expense and finance costs, then you've got this other big number.
So the variance of 485, the majority of that is 130 for rates, for the grants to Peel Forest, and community housing rates of 318. Then if we look at the, I've got enough here to actually be able to tell you. Community. Okay. We've got climate and sustainability consultancy costs, they're favourable. We've got public toilets in here, they're unfavourable. We've got the airport legal costs for doing those leases. We've got the airport contractors for doing water supply and lawns and so forth, and that's favourable. Airport other sundry expenses, which is basically okay. We've got the cemetery in terms of the grounds maintenance, the maintenance contracts. We've got community housing in there. We've got the grants. We've got the social and we've got the economic development, promotional, Aoraki development. Civil defence fits in here, it's favourable. Safer communities are favourable. So there's a whole bunch of small amounts that sit in here making up that
4.2 million.
Yep.
It's just a big number not to be explained.
Now, when we go, well, the 4.2 is our actual, and against budget, it's most of it's okay. There's 2 bigger variances, which I've said they make up the bulk of that variance. When we go through our revenue review, the first starting point is actually getting costs to sit in better departments in terms of better places. So we do have, like, if you look at our corporate services, there's far too much in there.
Yeah.
A lot of that belongs out in roading or water or whatever. So our first port of call is to actually get those into where they belong and then get the internal charging going properly.
I guess the other thing I was just going to comment on was the vested assets and the impact it has on our reporting. And even though the accountancy practices dictates that you need to include it in your income,
Yep.
For our purposes, we need that left out, or certainly perhaps it's reported, but we need to have that.
It needs to be a separate line.
Separate.
And below the line.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can see your true operating loss, and then your vested assets will give you your overall profit or loss.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay. I need you sitting up here more often, Kai Whakahari. Okay, so with that, we'll receive a note that report.
There is one other really important
There is one other.
report that you should look at, is 43, page 43. This is our statement of cash flow. So at the moment, we have positive operating activities, so 10.9 million. Okay, so that's
page 43.
I'm actually wondering if we've got the same papers as you,
Yeah, I don't think
Mr.
we-
Trainer, because
Sorry,
we...
I'm in last month's. Sorry, I'm in last month, so I'll go to the right one. I was going busy give you a spiel on that. It is on page 32. So year to date, we have positive cash flow of 14.2 million. A year in, we say we'll be 16.6 positive. That, in my simple mind, that positive cash flow from operating should equal our depreciation number. So our depreciation number overall a year in is going to be forecasted at depreciation at 36 million. So what that tells me is that there's 20 million that we're borrowing for CapEx that we should be collecting the cash on, okay? Then we've got investing activities, the amount of money we're spending on that's basically what we're buying assets. It's 38 negative, and we've drawn down 15 million of loans. So our overall bank balance is staying positive. What we've got to concentrate on is getting the operating activities higher. This is the one we've got to keep an eye on. At least it's positive, it's not negative. If it was negative, we'd be in real trouble.
Did that elicit any questions? Yes, indeed, Councillor Pye.
I just have a question on the other pages that we got, which I'm not even sure it's got the CapEx schedule. In there, there's some costs around road closures, and I thought at the time we were told that the person requesting the closure of the road covered all the costs, but maybe I remember that incorrectly, because there's about 45,000, 45,000, it's on page 36.
Sorry?
36.
36. Well, page 36 is our capital, so it'll be capitalised.
So this is like purchase of land. There's some Napier Street stopping, Mitre 10 Service Lane stopping, Fitzgerald Road stopping, and I thought that every time we had those reports brought to council, I thought we had asked the question, and I thought we were told there's a lot of thoughts in here. I'm relying on my memory.
I'm trying to find it.
I wonder if you've got the same papers as us. Oh, no, you've got
Yeah, I
them.
have.
Oh, you
Yeah, I
have?
have.
Yeah, okay.
It's saying that it's by putting stopping.
It's kind of near the top there. So there's all these costs associated with road stoppings, which I thought the applicant paid for.
Andrew, have you got an answer for that? Put you on the hot seat.
So, yeah, through you, the Chair, looking at the purchase of lands, they look like they're part of actual projects as such. So it's work that we've done or land that's been purchased and to enable the projects to actually happen. But they've been itemised separately out under purchase of land instead of actually charged up to the actual projects. So
Oh, I'm not convinced, sorry. So if we take, for example, Mitre 10 service lane stopping,
Yeah.
that's not one of our projects. I thought that was just so that Mitre 10 could do their expansion. They asked us to close the road. We said yes. I thought, I was told, that that would come at no cost to us.
There is still work that we have to do as the landowner, effectively. So we have to do the advertising side of things. There's a legal transfer that needs to be happened. So some of those costs are tied up in that. But I'd need to honestly drill down into what is included in those costs, because it does look quite high.
Yeah, because I thought they were covered by the applicant.
They will
But
be,
it-
yeah.
But it probably raises another question, and it alludes to one of our papers this morning, is I think it's really important that when we have a paper, that we really understand the budget implications, because I kind of feel like we're missing that a little bit.
Yeah, I agree.
It's small like
I
this,
agree.
because this, I mean, these have all got zero next to them on the budget, so there was no budget for any of the stuff that
Yep.
we've approved.
Okay, we'll do some drilling down on that for you. We'll come back next month.
Any further questions? Very good. Okay, so we'll accept and receive, note that paper with the proviso that there will be some drilling down on the specific information required on those, that land purchase and stoppage, road stoppages. Takes someone to move that. Thanks. Councillor Pye, Councillor Shannon. All those in favour? Against? So moved. I have no items of minor nature or urgent, and I have nothing continuation from consideration of public, so I'll move straight to the public exclusion so that we can move those documents. I'll move public exclusion, seconded Councillor Oliver. All those in favour? Against? So moved. So we're going to item 13.1, which